Traveler, I am grateful you've joined me tonight. This moment is yours, a gentle passage into story and dream, a time where you can set everything aside and let the quiet carry you. Find a place where you may rest. Let your body loosen with each breath, and let your thoughts drift softly like dust in a still sunbeam. And if you subscribe, it truly helps me create more journeys for your nights, bringing new worlds to you each week, each one ready to open whenever you return. Tonight's journey is called The Silent King's Return, a tale whispered through corridors that do not appear on any map, a kingdom long without its ruler, where halls stand empty and thrones gather dust. Yet somewhere beyond the hush of time, a presence begins to stir again. You will step through hidden doors, wander vast chambers filled with echoes, and glimpse signs that the king who once ruled may not be as absent as the world believes. Strange lights will guide you, voices without form will brush against your thoughts, and at the heart of it all, the silent king himself waits, not with words, but with a stillness deep enough to shift the fate of a kingdom. And now, let us begin. You do not remember the road that carried you here. Your memory holds only fragments, the cool hush of twilight, the distant toll of a bell that may not exist, and the way your footsteps began to echo before any walls appeared around you. Now, as your eyes open within this place, you find yourself standing on a pale stone path that glows faintly as though lit from beneath. The air is still, steady, not warm and not cold, holding the quiet weight of a place that has been waiting far longer than you can imagine. Ahead rises an archway sculpted from dark stone, its curve shaped into the outline of a crown. Each point of the crown is cracked, yet from the cracks shines silver light. It flickers not like fire, but pulses gently, as though the stone itself remembers a heartbeat. When you step beneath this crown, the world behind you softens and dissolves. There is no path to turn back to, only the corridor that stretches forward into shadow and glow. The hall is endless, its floor smooth as a mirror, your reflection walking just beneath your feet. The walls are of marble streaked with veins of pale blue light that shift as you move, like rivers seen from far above, and your footsteps roll away in echoes that do not fade quickly, but linger, circling through the silence until they sound like many feet instead of one. To your right stand statues, tall, cloaked, faceless, each draped in robes that look alive despite being stone, folds flowing like frozen water. Their heads are bowed, yet you feel their attention, as though the stone itself notices your arrival. Some hold broken scepters in their hands, others press a hand across their chest, as if swearing an oath to silence itself. At the base of each statue, a sigil glows, the shape of a crown divided cleanly in two, one half bright, the other half shadowed. You walk slowly past them, sensing the hush deepen with every step, until you reach a door at the far end of the hall. It towers above you, its iron surface carved with runes that writhe and shift like living script. At first the marks are unreadable, curling lines that twist in on themselves, but as you draw close, the shapes rearrange, settling into an image. A throne carved in lines of light seat empty, waiting. The door breathes open without your hand touching it, and beyond it a staircase spirals downward. The walls close around you in a coil of stone, lit by torches burning with pale blue flames. No smoke rises, no crackling sounds echo, only the unwavering glow of a fire that has no beginning and no end. Step after step, you descend. The air thickens, not heavy, but full of something unseen. A quiet so complete that your own breath becomes a sound too large for the space, each exhale like wind moving through forgotten chambers deep below the world. Finally, your feet touch a landing, carved, not square but round, its floor etched into the shape of a crown, vast enough to stand within. And from here a great chamber opens before you, so wide it could cradle a city. Pillars rise high into the unseen dark, each carved with spirals that climb like vines, until they vanish into shadow, and at the center stands a throne, vast and heavy, carved from obsidian, so black it drinks the glow around it. It is empty, yet not truly vacant. Its silence presses into the air, like a presence you can almost see. You feel it at once, not with your eyes, but in the hush inside your chest, as though the space itself listens to you, weighing your breath, measuring your stillness. You know without reason that this is where the return begins. Here in the silent throne room, where absence feels as powerful as any voice. You linger there, gazing upon the throne that waits, and slowly the silence gathers around you, folding over your shoulders like a cloak, fading into quiet light. The silence does not release you. It holds you, not as a prison, but as a vast and patient companion. You stand at the edge of the obsidian throne, the blue flames along the walls casting long shadows that stretch and bend as if they breathe. Your eyes follow the rise of the pillars, soaring upward, until they vanish into endless dark. A ceiling must be there, yet you cannot see it, and you wonder if the chamber itself climbs forever into unseen skies. A sound finally stirs, not loud, only a soft vibration beneath your feet. It trembles through the crown-shaped floor, a thrum like a deep chord plucked from a string as wide as the world. The statues you passed above feel remembered in this moment, their silence returning to you like a warning. You take a step closer to the throne, its obsidian surface smooth as still water, and as you near it, faint carvings emerge, lines of light woven into the dark stone, symbols that almost resemble letters, yet fade whenever you try to hold them in memory. Each shimmer slips away like a dream, half forgotten upon waking. The air thickens again, pressing softly against your skin. A pulse, slow and steady, radiates outward from the throne. Not sound, not light, but something deep. It moves through you, as though the throne breathes in silence and exhales into your chest. You extend your hand, the instinct rising before thought, but before your fingers meet the stone, the chamber shifts. A low groan echoes through the pillars, as though stone itself remembers movement. The floor beneath you ripples once, gently, yet enough to make you catch your breath, and before the throne, a figure begins to form. It does not appear all at once. It emerges from air itself, outlines gathering like dust, pulled into shape. The faint shimmer of robes flowing without weight, the crown of shadow and silver balanced above, a faceless presence. You cannot see features, only the impression of a being seated where emptiness had. The silent king has returned, yet no voice greets you. The presence holds steady, watching without eyes, speaking without sound, and in that stillness, you feel a question pressed gently into your mind, a question without word, yet clear enough to make your heart pause. Why have you come here, traveler? The weight of the unspoken thought lingers, not demanding, only waiting. You do not need to answer aloud, for here, silence itself carries every reply you might give. Around the chamber, the torches burn brighter, shadows lengthening, stretching into shapes along the walls, shapes of battles long ago. Kings and queens bowed in silence, cities rising and falling beneath endless skies. The walls themselves become history, showing you what has been lost. And through it all, the silent king remains still upon the throne. No movement, no sound, only presence deep enough to hold all that has been forgotten. You stand before him, your breath slow, your chest heavy with wonder, and you know this is only the beginning of a journey into silence, deeper than words. You wait there, unhurried, as the chamber folds its quiet around you once more, drifting beyond the edge of thought. The throne room holds its silence, yet something stirs beneath it. Your feet sense a subtle vibration, not loud, but constant, like the breath of stone itself. It comes from below, deep within the foundations. The silent king does not move. His faceless form remains steady, a figure of shadow outlined in silver glow. But the air thickens around you, urging your eyes toward the floor, toward the spiral patterns that encircle the throne. Each ring of the crown-shaped floor begins to glow faintly, pale lines tracing themselves into brightness. The outer circle first, then the next, then the one after, until all rings shine like a map of light beneath your steps. The glow reaches the throne, and with a slow tremor, the floor parts, stone shifts apart without sound, revealing a narrow stair descending into darkness. The flames from the torches bend downward as though drawn into the passage, and without thinking, you step forward, the silence guiding you as surely as any voice. The stair curves steeply, walls close around you like the inside of a shell. Your hand trails the stone, cool and smooth, marked with grooves like ancient writing. Whenever you touch one, a soft tone hums through your fingers, as though the symbols are music captured in stone. Each note lingers in the air, then fades until only your breath remains. The stair opens at last into a chamber smaller than the one above, yet it stretches far beyond what seems possible underground. The walls gleam with crystals half buried in the stone, glowing softly in hues of blue and violet. The floor is made of glass, and beneath it flows a river of light, currents drifting as if they are stars moving in slow constellations. At the center stands a pedestal, tall, narrow, carved of the same obsidian as the throne, and upon it rests an object covered in dust, so fine it looks like ash from a forgotten fire. The shape is faintly visible, a crown broken into two pieces, the halves lying side by side, but never touching. As you step closer, the crystals on the walls brighten, their glow reflected in the river of light beneath your feet. The crown fragments glimmer faintly, as if stirred by your presence, and once more you feel the silent king with you, though he has not followed. His presence weighs on your shoulders as though unseen eyes linger. You lift your hand toward the crown. The moment stretches long, slow, and then, as your fingers nearly brush the broken metal, a rush of images floods your mind. Cities built of glass and stone, banners waving in winds that no longer blow, crowds kneeling before a throne, lit by golden fire, and a king whose face is hidden in shadow, his silence louder than any cry of war. Then the image shatters. You find yourself kneeling before the pedestal, your breath uneven. The crown fragments still rest where they were, untouched, yet glowing now with a steadier light, and the river beneath the glass floor shift currents, swirling into the shape of a great crown, before drifting apart again. The silence around you deepens, and within that hush, you sense it clearly. The return of the silent king depends not on his throne alone, but on the crown that has waited here. In shadow, you rise slowly, steadying your breath. The chamber feels endless again, though you know it is small. And somewhere deep within the silence, the king watches still, waiting without hurry. You rise from the pedestal, your fingers brushing the edge of the glass floor. The river of light beneath you ripples softly, reflecting shards of pale blue and violet across the chamber walls. Each reflection dances like a slow pulse, a heartbeat of a place untouched by time. As you step back from the crown fragments, a passage appears. It was never there before. A narrow archway carved into the stone, shadowed, yet beckoning with a soft glow at its edges. The silence hums differently here, quieter, almost expectant. You pass through the archway. The walls close in gently around you. Their surfaces are carved with intricate sigils, faintly shimmering in the ambient light. They seem alive, twisting and turning just at the corner of your vision, and every so often, a sound of faint music drifts from them, notes like droplets of water falling into a still pool. The passage widens into a hall lined with mirrors, each mirror taller than a man. Frames of twisted silver that spiral endlessly into shadow. You notice something strange. Your reflection moves slower than you do, lagging behind in subtle ways, and in some mirrors, your reflection does not follow you at all. Standing still, watching silently, you step carefully, the air thicker here, carrying a faint scent of smoke that is not burning. Your footsteps echo softly, mingling with distant sounds of wind over stone, and as you move forward, one mirror shivers, just slightly, as if it recognizes you. You pause, hand hovering in the air, unsure whether to touch it or step past. Then you hear it, a whisper, soft enough that you are not sure it is real. Traveler, you have come far. The sound comes not from a mouth, but from the air itself. Your own heartbeat responds, echoing in the silence, as if it has been waiting for this voice. The mirrors stretch on endlessly, yet one draws you more than the others, its surface clouded with mist, swirling slowly. When you look closer, the mist begins to clear, revealing the outline of a throne beyond. A throne not unlike the one in the chamber above, yet smaller, older, carved with runes you cannot decipher. You feel a pull toward it, not by force, but by something subtler, curiosity, wonder, the sense that this is part of the path you were meant to follow. With each step, the floor beneath you hums softly, and the mist in the mirror thickens and swirls, as though the throne itself breathes in anticipation of your arrival. You stand before the mirror throne, and in the reflection, you see yourself and the silent king, not seated, but standing behind you. Yet when you turn, the space behind you is empty. His presence is here, only in the quiet weight that presses gently on your shoulder. The corridor stretches on to the left and right, but the mirror throne draws your gaze again. You reach out slowly, fingertips touching the misted glass, and the surface shivers beneath your touch. Soft ripples moving outward in concentric circles. The whisper returns. Traveler, the return has begun. You take a step back, your mind alert yet calm. The hall seems to wait for your next movement, and the silence gathers around you once more, fading into quiet light. You step away from the misted mirror, your fingers tingling from its touch. The hall stretches endlessly ahead, walls lined with crystal sconces glowing pale blue. Each step you take resonates softly through the polished stone floor, echoing like whispers of a long-forgotten song. You notice a door along the left wall, smaller than the archways above, carved of dark wood veined with silver, its handle shaped like a serpent coiled around a crescent moon. The air around it hums faintly, carrying the faint scent of rain on stone, and you feel a subtle pull as though the doorway is aware of your presence. You reach for the handle, cold against your palm. As the door opens, a narrow staircase winds downward. The walls are carved with tiny figures, kings and travelers, their faces indistinct but watching. Light from your entry spills down the stairs, chasing shadows that twist along the spirals. At the bottom, you enter a chamber unlike any before. The ceiling curves like the inside of a dome, etched with a star map glowing softly in gold and silver. Stars shift slowly, moving in patterns too slow for your eyes to follow, yet somehow recognizable. The floor is a mosaic of blue and violet tiles, each depicting creatures you have never seen, graceful and strange. A soft sound reaches you, like silk brushing stone. You turn slowly and see a figure kneeling at the center of the mosaic. Robes ripple even though no air moves. A hood hiding the face completely, and in the figure's hands is a crystal orb, pulsating with gentle light. As you watch, the orb begins to rise, hovering a few inches above the figure's hands. The light spreads outward, brushing the walls, the ceiling, the floor, and within the glow shapes begin to form, fleeting images of the silent king's past. Crowds cheering, banners waving, battles fought in silence, thrones filled, thrones empty. The figure kneels motionless, waiting for you, as if your presence alone is enough to awaken what has lain dormant. You feel your chest tighten, heart slowing, breath softening. Every instinct whispers that this is a moment of choice. The orb hovers higher, its light warm against your skin, and suddenly the kneeling figure tilts its head, as if acknowledging you. The motion is subtle, but it carries weight, a recognition older than the hall itself. You step forward slowly, each footfall measured, aware that the silence here is alive. The chamber hums softly, a vibration felt more than heard, and the crystal orb pulses in response, brightening gently with each step you take toward it. When you finally stand before it, the light from the orb wraps around your hands. A warmth spreads through your finger, coursing up your arms, filling your chest with a sense of connection you cannot name. The kneeling figure remains still, silent, yet you feel its attention more sharply than anything else. The chamber holds its breath with you, and in that pause you sense the first threads of the silent king's return, beginning to weave through the world. You linger there, letting the glow wrap around you, and the hum of the chamber continues, soft and steady. The light from the crystal orb settles into your hands, warm, steady, as though it has been waiting for you. You lift it carefully, its glow illuminating the vast chamber, casting long, soft shadows across the mosaic floor. Each step you take seems to echo in time with the orb's pulsing light, a rhythm older than the stones themselves. The kneeling figure remains motionless, hooded and silent, yet you feel its presence behind you, a gentle weight in the quiet air. You move toward the staircase at the far end of the chamber, unsure if you are being guided or if curiosity alone leads your feet. Every step reveals more of the star map above, constellations shifting imperceptibly, telling stories you almost understand and then forget. As you descend the final spiral, the chamber opens into a long corridor, its walls smooth and pale, adorned with countless doors of varying shapes and sizes. Some are tiny and arched, others tall and rectangular, all carved with sigils that glow faintly. A soft hum drifts along the corridor, like a song carried on a current of air, and it seems to respond to your breathing. Your reflection dances on the polished floor, elongated and twisting, yet you feel no fear, only wonder. You pause at a door slightly ajar, light spilling through the crack, warm, golden, yet not harsh. As you push it open, you find yourself in a library unlike any you have seen before. Shelves stretch impossibly high, filled with books bound in silks, metals, and even stone. The air smells faintly of rain, old paper, and something undefinable, like memory itself. You walk between the shelves, fingers brushing spines that hum softly to your touch. Some volumes respond with images, fleeting visions of kingdoms lost, kings who whispered in shadows, battles fought in silence, and you feel a pull toward one large tome, resting on a pedestal at the center of the room. Its cover is etched with a crown split in two, the same symbol you saw at the pedestal above. When you open it, the pages glow with silver light, inscriptions moving slowly across the surface. They tell stories in images more than words. Cities rising and falling, people kneeling before thrones, crowns appearing and vanishing. And you realize these are not only histories, but possibilities, futures yet to unfold under the silent king's return. A sound stirs behind you, soft, deliberate, like fabric brushing the floor. You turn slightly. The hooded figure remains at the library's entrance, watching, and though it does not speak, you feel its presence guiding you, urging you to take the next step, to understand the threads connecting the crown, the orb, and the silent key. You move deeper into the library, exploring alcoves where light bends differently. Books float softly around your head, as if aware of your presence. The murmurs of the past brush against your mind, stories half remembered, whispers of rulers who held kingdoms in silence, and the orb in your hands begins to pulse in response, brighter with each step you take toward discovery. Time feels different here, slowed, stretched, like the chamber itself is breathing with you. You feel the weight of the silent king's presence, stronger than ever, not as fear, but as a stillness deep enough to cradle all that is lost. And you realize the return is not only about the king, it is about you, the traveler, and the path you have begun to walk. You linger in the library, letting the silver light wash over your face, absorbing the soft hum of knowledge and memory. And as you step carefully toward another corridor of endless shelves, the quiet wraps around you. You follow the corridor deeper into the library. Books drift gently along your sides, some opening to reveal glowing illustrations that shift as you watch. The air carries the faint scent of candle wax and rain-soaked stone, comforting, familiar, and yet strange. Each step feels deliberate, as though the floor beneath your feet knows exactly where you are going. A subtle vibration hums through the walls, soft, almost imperceptible. You pause and place your hand against the smooth stone. A pulse of energy travels through your arm, warm, steady, connecting you to something vast and unseen. You sense that this place is alive, not merely with books, but with memory itself, waiting for someone to remember it correctly. Ahead, the corridor bends sharply, and you see a small archway, carved of pale stone that seems to glow faintly from within. Through it, a chamber awaits, round, quiet, lit by clusters of floating lights. Each light hovers like a tiny star, bobbing gently, as though breathing, and in the center of the chamber rests a basin of silver water, perfectly still, reflecting the lights above like a captured night sky. You step closer, and the orb in your hands responds immediately, pulsing brighter, its glow rippling across the water's surface. As you look down, your reflection multiplies in the basin, endless versions of yourself stretching across the liquid mirror. Some versions move independently, whispering with your voice, yet saying nothing. You can understand. A soft wind rises, brushing your hair, though no door or window appears. With it comes a faint melody, a song without words, lifting from the basin, circling the chamber in slow arcs. It feels like memory made sound, a history you almost recognize yet cannot place. You kneel beside the basin, letting the light from the orb spill across the water, and images begin to form beneath the surface. Pale figures of kings and queens, thrones rising and vanishing in silence, crowds kneeling, banners waving, lands changing with each ripple of light. And at the center of it all, Aether cloaked in shadow, faceless yet unmistakable, the silent king himself. Your chest rises slowly, breathing calm and deep. You feel the weight of what this place holds, not only knowledge, but possibility, futures waiting to be shaped. And though the king does not speak, you sense his patience, his presence guiding you forward without hurry. You rise from the basin, leaving the orb to hover above the water's surface. A passage opens along the far wall, a spiral staircase of silver stone. The steps curve upward, carrying shadows that stretch and bend with the light of the floating stars. You begin to climb, each step echoing softly in the chamber. The whispers of the library follow you, faint, melodic, encouraging exploration without words. You feel the silent king behind you in spirit, waiting for the moment when the crown, the orb, and your journey align. And as you ascend, the chamber below dissolves into faint starlight. You are moving through quiet air, suspended between memory and dream, letting the pulse of the orb guide you. The spiral staircase rises endlessly before you, its surface smooth as glass, cool beneath your feet, reflecting faint glimmers from the orb you carry. With each step, the air grows lighter, almost tangible, like silk brushing against your skin, and the soft hum of the library below becomes a memory faint, like a song half forgotten. Above you, the staircase curves into a chamber unlike any other. Walls of crystal rise like frozen waterfalls, catching the orb's light and scattering it into 1,000 shards. Some shards hover in midair, spinning slowly, casting flickering reflections across the floor. The air carries a hint of ozone, sharp and fresh, as if the chamber itself has been waiting to breathe again. At the center of this crystalline space stands a platform floating slightly above the floor. The edges glow softly, outlining a sigil you recognize, the split crown from the pedestal below. You feel the pulse of the orb intensify, synchronizing with the glow of the platform. A rhythm slow and steady, it seems to whisper without sound, urging you forward to step onto the platform and continue the journey. You approach cautiously, aware of the quiet power in the chamber. The floating crystals shimmer more brightly as you move, tilting slightly as if observing you, and when your foot touches the platform, the sigil glows fully, connecting the orb's light with the crystal around you. Suddenly, a path appears above the platform, a bridge of silver threads stretching into darkness. It twists and curves, suspended in midair, shimmering with the light of the orb and crystals combined. You step onto it, feeling the threads flex beneath your weight. With each careful stride, the bridge shifts subtly, alive, responding to your balance and intent. Below the bridge, a chamber seems to drop endlessly. You catch glimpses of the library, and the basin far beneath, a memory of your steps, a reflection of the journey you have already taken, and the floating crystals seem to hum softly, not a sound exactly, but a vibration you feel in your chest, as though the silent king himself is waiting for you at the bridge's end, patient and still, yet present. Halfway across, a ripple of wind rises, not from anywhere you can see. It carries the faint scent of old stone, of rain-soaked streets in cities long gone, and the weight of silence that is somehow comforting. Your hand brushes against the threads of the bridge, the light from the orb flowing along each strand like liquid. For a moment, you are suspended between all you have seen and all you have yet to discover, and then faint shapes begin to emerge in the shadows ahead, arches of light, pillars like those from the throne room above, and the impression of a vast hall extending beyond the crystals. The silent king is here, waiting somewhere beyond the bridge, and you feel the pull of destiny stronger than the threads beneath your feet. You continue forward step by careful step, letting the pulse of light guide you, the whispers of memory and possibility rising around you, every movement slow, deliberate, and yet full of quiet wonder. You step off the silver-threaded bridge, your feet landing on smooth stone that feels impossibly warm. The air here is still heavy with a gentle weight, like the calm before a storm that never comes. Arches rise around you, carved from pale marble that shimmers with a faint blue light, and the walls are etched with symbols that pulse softly as though breathing with the heartbeat of the silent king. Ahead lies a throne-like dais, smaller than the one above, yet exuding authority even in emptiness. Its surface is carved from black stone streaked with silver, lines that trace themselves into shapes that shift when you look too closely. The orb in your hands pulses brighter as you approach, responding to the dais as though it recognizes the place, and the air hums faintly, a vibration you feel through your bones rather than hear. You pause at the edge of the dais, letting the silence settle over you. A sudden movement catches your eye. Subtle, almost invisible. A figure steps from the shadows of an archway, draped in robes that shimmer like mist. Its face is hidden beneath a hood, yet you feel a gaze fixed upon you, gentle, expectant. The figure raises a hand slowly, and the orb in your grasp reacts instantly, pulsing with a soft, steady glow. The light spreads outward, illuminating the chamber and casting elongated shadows along the marble walls. And within the glow, you see visions, fleeting images of the silent king's past. Battles fought without sound, crowns raised in quiet triumph, thrones empty and waiting. The figure does not speak, but you understand its intent. It gestures toward the dais, urging you forward. A soft pressure guides your steps, your breath slow and even, heart steady despite the wonder surrounding you. As you step onto the dais, the orb begins to rise from your hands, hovering in mid-air. Its light expands, filling the chamber with a gentle warmth, and the stone beneath your feet hum, sending vibrations up through your body. It is as if the very foundation of this place acknowledges your presence. The hooded figure steps back, fading into the shadows of the arches, leaving you alone with the orb and the dais, and the sense of waiting grows deep, patient, eternal, yet inviting. You lift your hands toward the orb, and it descends slowly, settling above the dais. The light flows outward, tracing the contours of the black and silver stone, and for a moment, everything is still, suspended between past and present, between silence and the faintest stirrings of something yet to awaken. You stand quietly, letting the glow wrap around you, and in that stillness, you feel the presence of the silent king more keenly than ever. Not near yet, everywhere, patient, watching, waiting, without hurry, and you let the soft warmth fill your senses. The chamber around you holds its breath. The orb hovers above the dais, radiating a light soft enough to soothe, yet strong enough to illuminate every carved detail of the marble walls. Your shadow stretches long along the floor, shifting slightly as if alive, and somewhere far above, the faint echo of distant bells rings through the arches. Slow, deliberate, a corridor opens to the left of the dais, narrow and lined with columns that twist upward like living vines of stone. Light flows along the carvings as though it has its own mind, tracing the shapes and patterns that make your eyes linger, and you sense a faint hum through the floor, matching the pulse of the orb, steady, slow, hypnotic. You step into the corridor, each movement measured, aware of the silence that presses softly against your ears. The air smells of ancient incense and something else you cannot name. Metallic yet sweet, shadows cling to the columns, bending and stretching with your presence, and faint shapes flicker at the edges of your vision, figures kneeling, heads bowed, yet vanishing when you look directly at them. Halfway down the corridor, the floor shifts beneath your feet, not enough to unbalance you, but enough to make your heart quicken. A faint staircase spirals downward, etched into the stone, as though carved by hands that understood patience. You follow it slowly, each step descending deeper into the unknown, and the orb's glow illuminates the walls in soft pulses, revealing murals that tell stories without words. Scenes of kings and travelers appear, thrones raised and abandoned, banners waving silently over cities of stone and glass. You realize these images are alive, moving imperceptibly, shifting as you watch, and you feel your connection to the silent king strengthen. His presence is patient, silent, yet undeniably close. At the bottom of the staircase, the space opens into a cavernous hall, its ceiling lost in shadow. Walls carved with twisting arches that reflect light like water, and at the center, a shallow pool of silver water ripples without wind. The orb rises from the dais in your hands and hovers above the pool, light flowing into the liquid surface. As the light touches the water, images appear, not memories this time, but possibilities, crowns waiting to be raised, thrones to be filled, cities yet to be shaped by the silent king's return. And you understand the journey is no longer just about finding him, it is about shaping what his return might mean, through patience, through presence, through quiet action. You step closer to the pool, the orb pulsing in response, and beneath the silver surface, a faint shadow rises, the outline of the king himself, standing tall, silent, faceless. The water reflects not just him, but you as well, multiple versions of yourself moving toward destiny. You linger at the pool, letting the orb's glow wash over your face. The cavern hums softly with possibility, and the silent king's presence folds around you like a cloak, fading into quiet light. You step back from the pool of silver water, your reflection still shimmering beneath the orb's glow. The cavern stretches endlessly ahead, arches rising and bending into shadows that seem to breathe with their own rhythm. Soft light dances across the walls, moving with the orb's pulse, and you feel that every step forward is a step deeper into something older than memory. A narrow passage opens to the right, its walls smooth as polished stone, etched with sigils that glow faintly when your gaze lingers too long. A subtle vibration hums beneath your feet, a rhythm that resonates with the orb in your hands. You follow the path cautiously, every movement deliberate, aware that silence here carries weight, not threatening, only attentive. The corridor widens into a hall lined with statues, figures of kings and travelers, frozen in poses of reverence. Their faces are featureless, yet you feel their attention upon you, and when you reach the center of the hall, the orb begins to pulse faster, sending waves of soft light rippling across the floor. Ahead, a door of dark crystal appears, tall and imposing, yet not frightening. Faint runes crawl across its surface, illuminating one by one as you approach. The air thickens slightly, carrying the fragrance of rain-soaked stone and old parchment, and you sense that what lies beyond this door is part of the Silent King's secret. The moment stretches, long and unhurried, urging patience and careful attention. You push the door slowly, and it opens into a chamber filled with floating platforms. Each platform glows faintly, suspended in mid-air as though gravity bends around them. Between the platforms drifts a soft mist, glimmering with silver threads, and the orb rises higher, pulsing in sync with the platforms. A silent guide through the shifting air. You step onto the first platform, and it hums beneath your weight. The mist swirls gently around your ankles, brushing like silk. Another platform drifts near. You leap forward, landing carefully, light rippling under your feet, and with each step, the sense of being watched grows. Not fear, but awareness. The Silent King's presence filling the space around you. Halfway across the chamber, the orb pulses strongly, brighter than ever before, and you glimpse a figure at the far end, tall, cloaked in shadow, faceless. The Silent King himself, waiting patiently upon a platform, carved from black stone, streaked with silver. Your chest tightens slightly, heart slowing, as you feel the weight of history and destiny in that still, silent form. You step forward, crossing the final platforms carefully. The mist swirls around you like gentle wind, and when your foot touches the black stone platform, the orb hovers just above your hands. Its glow merges with the silver streaks in the stone, and for a moment, everything is still, the world holding its breath in reverent silence. You linger there, feeling the pulse of the orb, the weight of the chamber, and the Silent King stands before you, faceless, patient, waiting without hurry. The light of possibility spreads across the platforms. You stand on the black stone platform, the orb hovering just above your hands. The Silent King's presence is closer now, not in form, but in weight, a quiet gravity that presses gently against your awareness. Around you, the floating platforms shimmer, the mist curling softly like smoke in still air, and the chamber hums faintly, a rhythm that matches your own heartbeat. Slowly, you step forward toward the faceless figure. The orb's glow intensifies, tracing silver streaks across the king's robes, and for a brief moment, you feel the world shift, a soft vibration through the floor. The air, the mist, the pulse is steady, calm, like breathing made visible. The king raises a hand slightly, motion almost imperceptible, and the orb responds, light streaming in arcs toward the king. Your eyes widen, the patterns of light twisting in midair, forming sigils you almost recognize, shapes that hint at power and wisdom older than time itself. And you feel an understanding bloom quietly, subtle, patient, guiding your steps. A platform rises beneath you, carrying you gently toward the king with each inch of ascent. The mist thickens, swirling around your feet and ankles, brushing softly like silk against skin. Sounds of the distant library below whisper faintly in your mind, memories of steps taken and paths chosen, and the orb pulses in sync with your movement. a heartbeat of light, keeping pace with yours. When you are level with the king, you notice the pedestal before him carved with the same split crown you saw in the chamber below. The orb hovers above it now, light flowing like water into the grooves of the stone, and you understand this is the moment the silent king has been waiting for, the path of return bridging past and future. You reach forward, fingertips brushing the surface of the pedestal. The orb bends toward it, light streaming into the stone, and faint whispers drift across your mind, not words, but sensations of balance, choice, destiny. The king remains silent, yet the power of his patience fills the chamber, larger than any throne, deeper than any crown. The mist swirls higher, catching the orb's light, forming shapes, fleeting visions of kingdoms restored, of banners raised in quiet triumph, and you feel your own presence woven into these possibilities. A thread in the silent king's return, every breath deliberate, every movement soft, yet full of purpose. The chamber holds you there, suspended between light and shadow. The orb pulses softly, the mist caresses your senses, and the silent king's presence presses closer, not with command, but with patient anticipation. You let the stillness settle. You stand on the black stone platform, the orb floating steadily above the pedestal. The silent king's presence lingers, vast yet patient. Around you, the mist curls and drifts across the chamber, shimmering with the orb's glow. Floating platforms shift slowly, creating a subtle rhythm beneath your feet. A faint rumble rises from the far edges of the chamber. You glance toward the walls and notice cracks of light forming along the marble arches. Tiny, glimmering pathways appear, leading to alcoves and hidden nooks you hadn't seen before. The orb pulses, casting soft beams that illuminate the new passages. Curiosity draws you toward one of the alcoves. Inside, a spiral staircase of silver stone descends into shadow. Soft whispers echo up the steps, a language you cannot understand, yet instinct urges you to explore. Step by careful step, hand brushing along the smooth stone railing. At the bottom, you enter a narrow chamber filled with floating glyphs of light. They drift lazily in the air, spinning slowly like lanterns on a still night. When you move closer, the glyphs respond, forming shapes that hint at maps of lands unknown. One glyph hovers higher than the others, glowing a deep azure, almost calling to you. You extend your hand toward it, and the glyph shivers, breaking into a cluster of tiny lights. They swirl around your fingers, forming a miniature projection of a city. Towers rise and fall silently. Streets twist and fold into impossible angles, and you feel as if you are seeing a memory, or perhaps a possibility yet to come. The orb above the pedestal pulses brighter, sending arcs of silver light into the chamber. You glance back and notice another floating platform slowly drifting toward you. It carries a small crystal box, etched with symbols matching the split crown. Without hesitation, you step onto the platform, the mist brushing your legs as it floats across the chamber. The platform moves toward the pedestal, steady, deliberate. You reach for the crystal box, lifting it gently. Inside, you find a folded map of the throne room above, but drawn in shimmering lines that twist and shift with movement. Paths appear and vanish as you trace your finger along them. Corridors you never notice, secret passages hiding behind walls. The orb responds, floating lower, as if acknowledging your discovery. You place the map carefully on the pedestal beside it. Light flows into the map, tracing every hidden path with silver beam, and the mist around you thickens, revealing another platform rising from the shadows. This one carries an ancient key, dark metal streaked with veins of gold. Its weight feels heavier than it should, yet balanced perfectly in your hand. A faint vibration hums through your body as you lift it, the sigils on the pedestal reacting in kind, and the orb pulses stronger, as if signaling that these pieces belong together. You place the key beside the map, and the orb, forming a small triangle of light, shadow, and metal. Suddenly, the floor beneath the pedestal shifts. A hidden door opens, revealing a spiral staircase ascending into unknown height. The mist curls around the opening like a welcoming breath, and you sense that the silent king waits somewhere above, the final step of your journey, calling you forward. You take the first step onto the staircase, your hand brushing the cool stone railing. Each step echoes softly through the chamber below, and the orb floats gently beside you, casting light that dances across walls and floating glyphs. You climb the spiral staircase carefully, each step ringing softly in the cool air. The mist curls upward around you, brushing your arms and legs like silk. Above, faint light spills through cracks in the stone, shifting as if the ceiling itself is alive, and the orb hovers beside you, pulsing softly, guiding your movement with steady radiance. As you rise higher, the staircase widens into a circular gallery. Walls of pale marble curve gracefully around you, etched with murals of kings and travelers, some kneeling, some ascending stairs like yours. Shadows stretch along the arches, dancing in the light of the orb, and you notice small doors along the gallery walls, each one carved from different materials: crystal, obsidian, silver, and dark oak. One door catches your eye, crystal blue, veined with faint gold. As you approach, the orb pulses faster, casting a beam of light that touches the door. The surface shimmers and ripples, revealing a tiny interior beyond, a miniature throne room with a crown floating in midair. And you sense this door is a threshold, not just of space, but of understanding. You reach forward, pressing your hand against the cool crystal. The door slides open silently, revealing a short passageway filled with floating platforms of light. They drift slowly above a void of soft silver mist. Each platform glows briefly as you step, lighting your way like stars in a private night sky. You step from one platform to the next, careful, deliberate. The orb's glow reflects in the mist below, forming patterns that seem familiar yet alien. Some patterns swirl into shapes of crowns and thrones. Others twist into faceless kings, standing silent, and the gallery behind you fades from view, leaving only the path ahead. At the far end, a large arch of black stone rises above a dais. Etched into the arch are sigils glowing faintly with silver light, and beneath it, another pedestal awaits, carved with the same split crown motif you have seen before. The orb floats above the pedestal, pulsing brighter than ever. Its light spills across the dais, illuminating a tall, hooded figure standing motionless beneath the arch, the silent king himself. You step closer to the pedestal, feeling the vibrations of the orb through the air and your chest. The king remains still, faceless, yet patient, waiting without hurry, and beside him, faint strands of light drift like threads in the air, connecting the pedestal, the orb, and the black stone arch into a single lattice of illumination. You lift your hands, steadying the orb above the pedestal. Its glow spreads outward, touching the king's robes, the threads, the arches, and even the mist below. And suddenly, the threads of light begin to move, wrapping gently around the king, lifting him slightly above the dais, weightless, suspended in quiet motion. You step back, watching the silent king rise in soft, patient arc. The orb pulses in harmony with the movement, and the gallery around you shimmers as if it recognizes the alignment of these forces. Time feels slower here, stretched, deliberate, each heartbeat echoing in harmony with the chamber itself. You linger there, breath even, hands still raised. The silent king hovers above the pedestal, threads of light dancing around him, and the orb's glow bathes the entire chamber. You take a step closer to the pedestal, the orb hovering steadily above your hands. The threads of light around the king twist slowly, forming patterns that seem almost like maps of constellations, each movement deliberate, fluid, as though the chamber itself is learning how to breathe, and the mist below swirls gently, reflecting the threads of silver like a liquid sky. From one of the archways, a soft vibration begins. A door hidden along the black stone wall slowly slides open, revealing a narrow balcony that curves outward into the void. You feel a gentle pull, curiosity urging you forward, step by careful step, the orb lighting your way like a steadfast companion, and the threads of light around the king pulse brighter with each step you take. On the balcony you discover a series of small platforms rising and falling like gentle waves. Each platform glows faintly with a soft golden hue. You step onto one, feeling it adjust under your weight, carrying you slowly along the edge of the vast chamber, and beneath you the void stretches endlessly, mist curling and twisting as if alive. At the far end of the balcony, another archway opens, carved entirely from crystal that refracts the orb's light into cascading pattern. Through it, you see a room filled with suspended mirrors, each mirror reflecting a different angle of the chamber. Some mirrors show past moments of your journey, others reveal glimpses of paths not yet taken, and you sense that these reflections are not just illusion, but keys to understanding what must happen next. You step carefully among the mirrors, watching each reflection shift as you pass. In one mirror, the silent king turns slightly, the threads of light reaching toward the pedestal. In another, the orb floats above a map, illuminating secret passages hidden beneath the stone floors of the gallery. Your curiosity grows, yet the motion is gentle, deliberate, the chamber moving in concert with your attention. Finally, you reach a central mirror, its surface darker, almost black. As you peer into it, your own reflection stirs, moving independently. Gestures beckon you forward, toward a small platform in the center of the mirror's frame. The orb pulses in agreement, sending ripples of silver light across the floor and walls. You step onto the mirror platform, and it rises slowly, carrying you above the mist. The threads of light in the floating platform. The silent king hovers nearby, threads of illumination reaching toward you, and the orb and the chamber seems to pause, waiting for the moment when all three, king, orb, and traveler, align perfectly. You feel the steady pulse of energy through the platform beneath your hands rise slightly, balancing the orb as the mirror platform carries you closer to the pedestal. The mist swirls, light dances along every surface, shadows stretch and bend, and the silent king hovers patiently, faceless and still, waiting without hurry. All motion, all light, all presence holds together. You approach the pedestal at last, the orb steady above your hands. The threads of light around the silent king stretch outward, intertwining with the orb's glow. The mist swirls below, catching the silver and gold rays in delicate patterns, and the chamber hums softly, a rhythm that resonates through your chest and fingertips. You place the orb gently onto the pedestal. The threads of light bend and wrap around it, pulsing in harmony. From above, a faint shimmer begins along the arches, spreading like morning light across the walls. The king remains suspended, the faceless form steady and patient, watching without demand. A sudden motion draws your attention. From the shadows, floating platforms rise and align along the edges of the dais. They carry objects shimmering faintly in the orb's reflection. One holds a folded cloak of deep midnight blue, streaked with silver sigils. Another a small faceless mask, carved from onyx, smooth and cold to the touch. A third bears a slender scepter of blackened steel with veins of glowing silver. You reach for the cloak first, draping it over your shoulders. It molds perfectly to your form, light flowing along its seams. The orb pulses in response, threads of light entwining around the fabric softly, and you sense the cloak has purpose, protection, connection, a guide for what comes next. Next, you lift the mask and place it carefully upon the pedestal beside the orb. The surface absorbs the surrounding light, reflecting nothing, yet everything, and the scepter rises from its platform as though drawn by invisible hands. You take it in yours, feeling a weight balanced not by mass but by intent. The chamber responds instantly. Threads of light spiral faster, connecting the orb, the mask, the scepter, the cloak, and the king. The mist swirls higher, silver and gold strands, weaving like ribbons in gentle wind. And the faceless king slowly descends toward the pedestal, suspended not by power alone, but by the alignment of all these elements. You take a step forward, heart steady, hands gripping the scepter lightly. The orb glows brighter than ever, threads of light anchoring the king in a quiet, deliberate dance of illumination. Each object you brought forward resonates with the chamber, sending patterns of movement across the floating platforms, and the space feels suspended in a single, perfect moment. The king lowers fully onto the pedestal, the threads of light wrapping gently around him, and the orb, the mist settles softly around your feet, and for a long while, nothing moves except the steady pulse of energy connecting king, orb, and traveler, a quiet presence that asks nothing, yet offers everything. You breathe slowly, feeling the culmination of the journey. The silent king stands fully upon the pedestal now, threads of light weaving around him in gentle arcs. The orb floats above, steady and bright, casting soft silver rays across the chamber. The mist settles, curling lightly at your feet like a slow, welcoming tide, and the floating platforms drift silently, their glow dimming, as if to leave the final moment untouched. You take a step closer, hands relaxed at your sides, feeling the chamber's calm settle deep into your bones. The faceless king tilts slightly, not in gesture, but in presence, a recognition of your role in this alignment. The scepter in your hand feels lighter now, charged not with force, but with quiet understanding. A soft breeze stirs through the arches, carrying the faint scent of distant stone corridors, of candles long extinguished, and of rain on ancient streets. Floating lights shimmer and drift lazily, casting moving reflections on the walls and ceiling. You notice shadows stretching in patterns that almost form words, yet remain silent. And the chamber itself seems to breathe in rhythm with your heartbeat. Slow, steady, unhurried. Beyond the arches, you glimpse a distant balcony of light, a place not yet explored. Tiny sparkles hint at islands of possibility, cities waiting in quiet formation. And you sense that though this moment marks the king's return, the world beyond still waits for careful footsteps and patient observation. The orb pulses softly in your hand, threads of light linking the king and pedestal now, fading into a steady glow. You lift your eyes to the silent king once more, feeling the weight of eternity in his faceless gaze, not threatening, not commanding, merely waiting with patience, older than stone. You step back from the pedestal, letting the orb float gently beside you. The mist brushes against your legs, The platforms drift lightly beneath your feet, and for a moment the chamber holds still, suspended in perfect balance. The king's presence remains, patient and quiet, a sentinel for all that is to come. You turn slowly, walking toward the spiral staircase that leads down. Every step echoes softly in the vast chamber, the orb trailing gently like a loyal companion. Light from the king and pedestal lingers behind you, a soft glow that will remain even as you leave. The staircase curves downward, leading you through the mist and threads of light, each step calmer than the last, the pulse of the chamber fading into your own rhythm, and you feel the journey's end approaching gently, peace settling into your shoulders and chest. As you descend into quiet halls and open corridors, the presence of the silent king remains, a patient companion waiting beyond sight. The orb's glow dims softly, reflecting your steady breath and the calm of the chamber, and you let the world stretch beyond the edges of thought, drifting into quiet light. Traveler, your journey with the silent king has reached a pause, but the world beyond awaits, vast, patient, full of quiet wonder. Allow your mind to rest, your body to soften, and sleep to carry you onward into dreams and places yet unseen. The chamber fades from memory, the orb settles into a gentle pulse, and you drift slowly, safely, quietly into the calm of the night.